All right, here we go, everybody. We started off with jackpot with Scott Sturley in the Tesla, and Mitch Gately in the 64 Nova. Tesla versus Nova. Gas versus electric. What do you know? Who do you think is going to win? I personally don't like electric cars, but they are the thing in the future. Mitch Gately goes 0.35 on the tree. Scott gets a better light, 0.21. Mitch is going to get there first. He goes 10.06 at 131 to Scott's 11.89 at 115. Not bad for a Tesla. Philip Topping, Tommy Johnson. That 70 Camaro of Tommy Johnson is for sale, everybody. 50 grand gets the car and the trailer. So if you're interested, see Tommy. And Tommy goes 0.54 on the tree. Philip Topping turns on the red light, 0.48 to the dark side. Tommy goes 10.66 at 103. Philip Topping goes 12.63 at 111. All right. The 73 El Camino going down the track. I believe it's a 73. He goes 2.49 on the tree. And now we're going to be getting gear jammers coming up to the line. Oh, we got testing time onlys now. Got a nice looking Chevelle. Gonna take a hit at the tree. And a nice looking Nova. These will be followed out by gear jammers. Both these cars look fast. Well, let's see how fast they are. Nova versus Chevelle. The Chevelle gave the Nova a heck of a head start. And the Chevelle drives around the Nova, goes 10.19 at 133. The Nova goes 11.81 at 98 miles an hour. Eric, I think you're off a pair. And the Fiat goes 008 on the tree. The old Chrysler goes 021. He goes 1448. The Fiat goes 1554 at 86 miles an hour. Car number 746 and 33. Old Mustang Fox body going against a newer Challenger. The Challenger goes 140 on the tree. The Fox body goes red 1.142 or 24. He goes 1343 at 108. The O'Reilly side goes 1385 at 105. Believe Carlos Hilson over there in the Miata going against Ratio Throw in the little Honda. Ratio goes 119 green. Carlos turns on the red light. He goes 1243 at 116. Ratio goes 1476 at 82 miles an hour. And Denzel side turns on the red light, 013 to the dark side of the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 087 green. And Denzel side gets there first. It goes 1250 at 115. The O'Reilly side goes 1293 at 108. Now, Camaro painted old Chrysler lime green color in the O'Reilly lane. Well, that's kind of neat. And Denzel side goes 429 on the tree. The O'Reilly side, hey, 420, just about identical lights. The O'Reilly side gets there first, 1377 at 108. The Denzel side goes 1868 at 73. Once again, I don't have any data input with names on it, so we're going to just get through it all. I'll give you the names when I know the cars. And Denzel side goes 1652 at 83 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 1610 at 90 miles an hour. Car number 101 and 66, the 57 Chevy. Nice looking car. He goes 040 on the tree. He's going to be hard to beat tonight. He goes 1262 at 109. The Denzel side goes 1328 at 105. The O'Reilly side in the Chevelle goes 055 on the tree. Denzel side, a little bit tardy, 505. The O'Reilly side goes 1352 at 80 miles an hour. Denzel side, a little bit faster, 404 at. All right, last car out for Gear Jammers before we get to EV class. Goes 089 on the tree. He goes 1156, 122. All right, EV class, Tesla versus, I believe that is a Volvo right in the Denzel side. Going against the Tesla EV class, that's an all electrical vehicle class. It's really cool that we're doing that now. The Denso side and the beam and the Volvo goes 168, goes on the tree, goes 1264 at 109. The Tesla was 149 on the tree, goes 1163. All right, I believe that one car is a BMW over there in the O'Reilly lane. I don't know what it is in the Denso side. All right, the BMW goes 834 on the tree, goes 1164. It brings us now to Comp Rod. We got Joe Piazza over there in the old Chevy, Denzel side. He's a Wednesday night regular. Joe Piazza's had that since high school. He goes 016 on the tree. The O'Reilly side 202 in the Challenger. Challenger didn't get there first. He goes 1058 at 139. Joe goes 1267 at 106. We got Willie Wool in the Corvette in the O'Reilly side, going against another Corvette in the Denzel lane. And Willie Wool turns on the red light, 012 to the dark side of the tree. Denzel side in the Corvette goes 145. He goes 1050 at 135. Willie goes 1098 at 120. Christopher Burden, the most interesting man in drag racing in the O'Reilly lane. Denzel's side goes 007 red. Doesn't get a sticker for that one. Burden goes 039 green. He goes 1349 at 102. The Corvette of Christopher Martin goes 1019 at 134. Camaro versus a Chevrolet square body truck. The Camaro goes 121 on the tree. The square body Chevy goes 127. The Denzel side goes 10 flat at 139. The O'Reilly side goes 1350 at 99. Nova versus Old Plymouth. The Denzel side goes 065 on the tree. The Nova was 220. Nova was faster, goes 1079 at 116. The Old Plymouth, 1180 at 111. Here's a good one, a Honda hatch going against a Challenger. The Honda hatch had a 506 light, and he's not going to go very fast down the track, so something happened to him. The Challenger was 1006 at 136. And the Corvette goes 010 on the tree, goes 1212 at 111. The Denso side was 022 on the tree, went 1148 at 115. And the Denso side goes 124 on the tree. The O'Reilly side had a really bad light, goes 718. He goes 11 flat at 132. Denso side was 1107 at 130. Mustang versus 55 Chevy. And 55 Chevy puts down a decent light, 003. The Denso side, 210 on the tree. The 55 goes 1030 at 129. The Mustang, hey, check that out, went 1041 at 137. Now we got one more car before we got motorcycles. He goes 314 on the tree. Looks like he's just going to go slow down the track. That'll bring us to motorcycles as soon as he gets off the track. He goes 2340 at a whopping 40 miles an hour. Let's see if he makes it up the hill. Looks like he's going to make it, so we're going to send motorcycles out. All right, he made it off. We got Craig Love going against Doug Love. In the Denso side, Craig Love in the O'Reilly lane in the Triumph, speed trend. Doug Love turns on the red light, so does Craig Love. Craig Love goes 1168 at 114 to Doug's 1308 at 101. Oh, you got the man, the myth, the legend, Joe Sisk out of Hayward, California on the Hayabusa. Bill Myers out of Petaluma on the Honda. Joe Sisk goes 085 on the tree. Bill Myers 164. He goes 898 at 151 for Joe Sisk. Man, that's haul in the mail. Bill Myers with 164 on the tree goes 1473. Tom Myers versus Travis Capps. Tom Myers 102 on the tree. Travis 204. Travis goes 1223 at 114. Tom Myers 1306 at 102. Blake Starkweather out of Sonoma on the Harley Davidson. The O'Reilly lane's still waiting for the tree to come down. Blake, he left early, won't get a time. He left before the tree was activated. The O'Reilly lane goes 375 on. The tree goes 1414 at 78 miles an hour. All right, we got Brad Hawks out of Fremont in the O'Reilly side on the Hayabusa. Denzel side, bike 703. Brad Hawks turns on the red light. That's okay because it's only time runs. The Denzel side was 112 on the tree, goes 906 at 148. Brad Hawks goes 923 at 153. All right. The O'Reilly lane, bike number 82, Denzel side, bike number 102. Both almost identical lights, 772 to 742, both on Harleys. Goes 1139 at 117 in the Denzel side. It goes 1643 at 65 miles an hour in the O'Reilly lane. Denzel side, bike number 71, turns on the red light, 012 to the dark side of the tree. The O'Reilly side, 21D, goes 361. Denzel side gets there first, 1088 at 132. The O'Reilly side, 361 at 1162. That brings us to Sports Street. All 6-cylinder cars, between 4 and 6-cylinder cars. All automatic transmission. You can run a standard transmission if you want to, but they got gear jammers for that. And Dead on Doug goes 060 on the tree. The Denzel side goes 094. The O'Reilly side, Dead on Doug McKay goes 1361 at 100 miles an hour. Denzel side, 1674 at 81. I believe Bill Taggart in the Denzel side. It could be Darla, but it says Bill. Hey, the O'Reilly side goes Trip Zip in the Fiat. So he could get up here and get a sticker. Yes, I do have Trip Zip 007s and $2 bills today. The O'Reilly side goes 1598 at 86 miles an hour. Taggart goes 1835 at 74. The O'Reilly side, car number 94, turns on the red light. Car number 60, 506 green. He goes 1095 at 128. And the O'Reilly side goes 1693 at 84. O'Reilly side, nice light, 047, goes 1275 at 110. Denzel side, 531 on the tree, goes 1621 at 81 miles an hour. Denzel side goes 12.16 at 111. The O'Reilly side goes 17.67 at 79. And the Denzel side goes 0.17 on the tree, goes 12.19 at 112. The O'Reilly side goes 12.31 at 110. Now I believe we're in the street. We're done with Sports Street. These are all V8s, all automatic transmissions. We got Denzel side, car number 10. O'Reilly side, car number 420. The O'Reilly side goes 12.46 at 110. The Denzel side goes 16.99 at 80 miles an hour. Denzel side goes 11.35 at 119. The O'Reilly side, car number 666, goes 12.56 at 107. And the Denzel side goes 11.99 at 109. The O'Reilly side goes 13.02 at 101. All right, that'll finish up that rotation. Now we're back to gear jammers after this GTR goes down the track. I say it's going to go 10 flat. It's got a big wing on the back, so it's got to fly. Let's see what this GTR can do. Well, it looks like it's going pretty good. It's going to be in the 10s, 1167 at 121. All right, that puts us back into jackpot. Mitch Gately got Josiah in the Nova, Scott Sturley in the Tesla. And if we weren't watching last round, they just switched lanes. Scott Sturley and Mitch Gately just switched lanes. Scott goes 002 red. Mitch goes 043 green. Mitch is going to get there first. He's 10-second car. And he goes 10-14 at 129. Scott goes 11.96 at 113. Phil Topping in the Mustang. Craig Merrill's in the Model 3 Tesla. This thing has the delay box in it, so you got to watch out for Craig in this one. He turns on the red light, 012 to the dark side of the tree. Philip goes 091 green. Craig's going to get there first. He goes 1160 at 114. Philip Topping goes 1263 at 110. Big Bad Tommy Johnson in the 70 Camaro. That is for sale. I told everybody that last time. So if you're looking for a turnkey race car, that's it right there. The Camaro comes with a car trailer enclosed. It comes with the car and everything. So if you want a real standing pump gas big block Camaro, there it is, 052 on the tree. He goes 1017 at 128. All right, now we got some time onlys coming at you. All right, one more car in time onlys we've got coming down. Then we're going to follow it out with gear jammers. We got Scott Frazier here in the Denzel side in the Fiat. He goes 067 red. The old Dodge goes 030 green. He's going to get there first. He goes 1478 at 92 miles an hour. Scott Frazier goes 1571 at 86. Ratio throw on the Denzel side goes 343 on the tree. The Riley side goes 245. We got Carlos Wilson over here on the Denzel side, last year's points champion. Goes 168 on the tree. The Riley side 293. Oh, it looks like you got a car stalled out on the starting line just after they went out on the track. Not far down, so they're going to push it off. But I made sure I gave you. All right, we got EV class here. We got a Tesla going down the track. It looks like only 3 out of 4 cars that we got left for EV. So there's a Tesla going down the track right now. We're going to follow that up with Comprod. We got Joe Piazza and the 50 Chevy coming up to the line. And the Tesla goes 132 on the tree. We're going to follow that up with Joe Piazza and Willie Woo. Going to go at it. The Tesla goes 1174 at 112. So Joe Piazza in the 50 Chevy. Willie Woo in the Corvette. Willie, the dentist out of Moraga, California. We're going to follow that with Chris Burden, the most interesting man in drag racing, right behind him in the Mustang. Joe goes 027, Willie goes 041. Good light by Willie. He's going to get there first by far. He goes 1073 at 124. Joe goes 1265 at 103. Now when we go racing, we'll get that all evened out. So they get there just about the same time with a staggered start. We got Chris Burden in the Mustang. The interesting story about that, that used to be Bobby Grabian's car. And Chris and Bobby are best of friends, so Chris actually got given that car by Bobby, and he's been killing the tree every time with it. Look at that. He goes 002 on the tree. The Denzel side goes 130. The Denzel side is going to go 1044 at 133. Burden's going to go 1363 at 98. But, hey, Chris, come on up here and get a $2 bill. You went 002 on the tree. Congratulations to Chris Burden. Challenger versus square body pickup. Square body pickup gets a nice light. 070 on the tree. The Corvette 220. The Corvette goes 1031 at 141. The square body goes 1378 at 95. Denzel side goes 071 on the tree. He goes 998 at 138. The Riley side, 111 on the tree, goes 1095 at 117. That was Mark Carlson over there in the Denzel side, going 992 in the quarter. And believe it or not, he drives that thing here from Napa and goes 9 seconds in the quarter mile. That's a heck of a car. Kevin Diadamo turns on the red light, 080 to the dark side of the tree. He goes 1221 at 109. The O'Reilly side, 068 in the tree, green, goes 1195 at 109. And the Denzel side goes 107 on the tree, goes 11 flat at 128. The O'Reilly side 107 on the tree, goes 10.07. A little Honda hatch goes 240 on the tree on the O'Reilly lane.
Okay, Paul, look into the thing here, number 60. See if the guy has a helmet on. And if there's a...
The Denzel side goes 503 on the tree, goes 1030 at 134. The hatch goes 240 on the tree, goes 1411 at 98 miles an hour. All right, the Denzel side, car number H702. The O'Reilly side, M760. Decent lights by both. Denzel side 038. The O'Reilly side way better, 019. Denzel side will get the first, 1017 at 132 to the 1116 at 111 in the O'Reilly lane. John Murphy in the 55 Chevy. Going against the Mustang in the Denzel side. Last couple of cars out here. Hey, Murphy goes 002 on the tree. So congratulations to John Murphy. You get a $2 bill, just like Chris Burden. If he comes up here, get a $2 bill for 002 light. O'Reilly side, John Murphy goes 1042 at 126. The Denzel side, 137 on the tree, goes 1047 at 130. Last two out in Comp Rod. The GTR should go 10 in the 10s. The O'Reilly side, Nova. I don't know what it's going to do, but we'll find out. The O'Reilly side, the Nova got better light, 055, but it doesn't matter because the GTR is gone. It goes 208 on the tree. He goes 1066 at 129 to the 1277 at 79 miles an hour in the O'Reilly lane. Now in the motorcycles, the most fun and excitement that you have on two wheels at Sonoma Raceway. Bill Myers, Craig Love. Bill Myers in Denzel side in the Honda. Craig Love on the Triumph in the O'Reilly lane. Bill Myers 200 on the tree. Craig Love 225. Craig Love goes 1187 at 109. Bill Myers 1527 at 84. Doug Love in the O'Reilly side on the Triumph. Tom Myers on the Yamaha in the Denzel side. Hey, look at that. Tom Myers 057 on the tree. Doug Love 056. And there should be dead even just about. Tom Myers goes 1332 at 98 miles an hour to 1343 of Doug Love at 96 miles an hour. So they were side by side all the way down the track. Travis Capps 288 on the tree. He goes 1164 at 115. The O'Reilly side 447 on the tree goes 1110 at 143. Sean Baldo in the Denzel side. The O'Reilly side 39X. Got a better light, the O'Reilly lane, 181 to 106. I read that wrong. Sean Baldo goes 1147 at 116 to the 1426 at 78 miles an hour in the O'Reilly lane. Tyler Crystal on the Kawasaki in the Denso side. Brad Hawks in the O'Reilly lane in the Hayabusa. Tyler Crystal, 045 on the tree. Brad Hawks, 149. Great light by Tyler. He goes 917 at 146. Brad Hawks goes 955 at 150. But both hauling the mail there. Man, that is two nice bikes. Joe Sisk on the Hayabusa, last bike out in the Pro Tree category. He goes 047 on the tree. He was in eights last pass, so let's see what he does this time. 914 at 148. Slowed down just a tad. And the Denso side goes 1172 at 113. The O'Reilly side, 1205 at 119. Blake Starkweather goes 145 out of the tree on the 90 Harley Davidson. Denso side was 131 on the tree, goes 1090 at 131. Blake going down the track still. He goes 2060 at 52 miles an hour. Last bike out, bike number 123. Takes a red light, 007 to the dark side of the tree. He goes 1374 at 98 miles an hour. Now we're going to go to Sport Street. And dead on Doug McKay goes 001 on the tree, goes 1369 at 99 miles an hour. Denso side goes 1677 at 80 miles an hour. All right, we got the Fiat of Steve Del Buono Jr. from Cripple Creek, Oklahoma. He drove that all the way here from Cripple Creek, Oklahoma. Can you believe that? I sure don't. And Steve goes 200 on the tree. He goes 1562 at 86 miles an hour. The Denzel side goes 117 on the tree, goes 1656 at 84 miles an hour. So Steve Del Buono Jr. from Cripple Creek, Oklahoma does not back up that trip zip with a good light. All right, the O'Reilly lane goes 188 on the tree. He goes 1213 at 113. Denzel side goes 281 on the tree. He goes 1221 at 112. Battle of pickup trucks here. Denzel side and the O'Reilly side. Hey, the O'Reilly side 039, not a bad light. Try to do that with electronic throttle. 039 on the tree. Denzel side 255, not bad either. Leaves room for some improvement. The Denzel side gets the first, goes 1681 at 81 miles an hour, 1730 at 79 miles an hour, and the O'Reilly lane. Now I believe we're back in the street. And Denzel side goes 433 on the tree, the O'Reilly side 410. Wonder why that number sounds so familiar, 410, 410. No, I understand why. Goes 1301 at 102. The Denzel side goes 1627 at 76. The O'Reilly side, car number 666. Why would you pick that number? But he goes 236 on the tree. Denzel side goes 224 red. He goes 1252 at 107. Denzel side goes 1784 at 78 miles an hour. There's that beautiful Nova wagon over there on the O'Reilly side. Both turn on the red lights. Now, if that was a regular race and they both go red, the one that's closer to zero would be the winner, so that would have been the Denzel side with the 041 red, because the O'Reilly side was 068 red, so he would have not taken the win light. The Denzel side would have. So he is closest to zero, takes the win light in regular race here. When we get back, when we go to racing, when we get back. The Riley side 026 in the Dodge. He goes 13.54 at 102. The Denzel side 11.91 at 118. The Riley side turns on the red light, 150 to the dark side of the tree. The Riley side 272 green goes 12.10 at 111. To the Denzel sides, 15.04 at 90 miles an hour. And the Camaro in the Riley lane goes 023, Denzel side 057. Good lights by both. The Camaro goes 1185 at 114. The Denzel side goes 1532 at 88 miles an hour. Denzel side, 152 in the tree, goes 1131 at 121. The O'Reilly side, 681, goes 1231 at 109. The Riley side goes 12 flat at 111. Denzel side 1234 at 114. Denzel side goes 180 on the tree. Riley side 369. I wish we had some data input here, so I get names that go with the numbers in the cars to make it a little bit more exciting. The O'Reilly side goes 1321 at 100 miles an hour. Denzel side goes 1464 at 93. Now we're in the high school. All right, this is a high school class. It goes 358 on the tree. In the Denzel side, the O'Reilly side 510. He goes 1516 at 103. The Denzel side goes 1554 at 91. Denzel side, it's got a GTR in it.
Scott up there with a high school kid. Hold the left lane, please.
He goes,
That's a jackpot car. No, hold the left lane.
he goes 1391 at 72 miles an hour in the GTR. The O'Reilly side goes 1514 at 92. So one more car out before we get into jackpot. Oh, but he tried to back it up and reverse, then he went forward. It was always neat when you see the reverse lights on. When they back up, they forget. I remember one time when somebody backed up and went too far and then backed up, forgot they were still in reverse and hit the gas, and almost hit Kyle Seipel's car because Kyle's truck was right behind him. All right, getting back to jackpot, Scott Sturley in the Tesla, Philip Topping in the Mustang GT. Philip Topping, Scott Sturley. Scott is pretty good with this Tesla. He's actually killing the tree. Oh, I say that, and it goes 044 red. Philip Topping goes 113 green. See, you talk good about somebody, and always something bad happens. He goes 1189 at 114. Philip Topping 113 on the tree goes 1262 at 110. Craig Merrilees in the Tesla Model 3. Mitch Gately in the 64 Nova. Mitch will get there first, but it should be on a battle of the tree. I think Craig will get him. Yeah, Craig goes 019 red. Mitch goes 053 green. Craig Merrilees with the delay box in that Tesla. He goes 10. Mitch Gately goes 10:15 at 129, 11:62 at 113 for Craig Merrilees. Well, but it says Bill Taggart in the Taurus, but I don't think that's Bill Taggart in the white car. Oh, Bill Taggart's driving John Terry's car. Turns on the red light, 061 to the dark side of the tree. He goes 1906 at 72 miles an hour. Christopher Martin went 013 red. He goes 1019 at 129. So Bill Taggart driving John Terry's Honda. John Murphy in the 55 Bel Air. Tommy Johnson in the 70 Camaro. Both these cars will stand the wheels up in the air. Tommy carries it a little bit farther. John Murphy, he got a $2 bill. Now he goes bond. So he's got to come up and see me for a bond sticker and a $2 bill. He goes 1045 at 126. Tommy Johnson goes 029 on the tree, goes 1021 at 127. And by the way, Tommy's car is for sale. So if anybody wants to buy it, go see Tommy Johnson. All right, in testing tune, we got a little open wheel wing car here. Looks like it should be very light and should be very fast. When I say that, then I'm wrong. He was 957 on the tree. He's not that fast. He goes 11:59 at 117. The Denzel side, 077 on the tree goes 1760 at 72 miles an hour. Be last car for time onlys in the Denzel side. We're going to follow that up with gear jammers. We got Rachel Throw in the Honda in the O'Reilly lane, the actress out of Santa Rosa. You probably saw that car on the Honda commercial if you watched it and saw it, and it was pretty cool seeing Rachel on TV. All right, got Patrick Lemieux going down the track in the Denzel lane, goes 156 on the tree. Rachel was better on the tree, goes 076. Patrick gets there first, he goes 1389 at 100 miles an hour. Rachel goes 1502 at 89. Denzel side, Mark Chansey. And the Denzel side. All right, Scott Frazier, Claudius Lau in the O'Reilly side. Scott Frazier in the Denzel side. Fiat 500 going against the 2015 Camaro. Scott goes 119 on the tree. Claudius goes 170. Claudius Lau gets there first. He goes 1295 at 106. Scott Frazier goes 1560 at 86 miles an hour. Soon Takahashi out of Corte Madera in the Denzel side. Yomi out of Oakland in the 1990 Toyota pickup. Soon goes 096 on the tree. Yami goes 343. Soon goes 1466 at 94 miles an hour. Yami goes 1842 at 71. Bill Burns in the Mustang GT, 82 that is. Charles Allison in the 1988 Mustang in the O'Reilly lane. Battle of Fox bodies here. Bill Burns got a whole bunch of wind stickers on the back window of his car. Charles Allison, not so much. Bill Burns, 081 on the tree. Charles Allison, 118. Bill Burns goes 1282 at 107. Charles Allison finally gets down the track, 1787 at 71 miles an hour. Carlos Hilson, 99 Flying Miata. Jesus Coro out of Fairfield in the Honda hatch. Carlos Sosa goes 032 in the tree, goes 1306 at 112 miles an hour. Jesus goes 281 on the tree, goes 1636 at 81 miles an hour. John Lemos in the Shelby GT350 going against Ross Kittos in the 57 Chevy. Ross 061 on the tree. Man, he's killing it tonight. John Lemos goes 113 green. John Lemos gets there first, 1251 at 114, get a 1268 at 108 for Ross Kittis. Benjamin Bailey out of Santa Rosa and the Camaro. Ben and Bailey goes 331 on the tree, goes 1249 at 119. Denzel side goes 1634 at 84 miles an hour. The Riley side turns on the red light, 032 to the dark side. Denzel side goes 413 green. The Riley side goes 1148. Walter Miles out of Santa Rosa in the Chevelle. Walter Myers goes 142. The Denzel side goes 625. Walter's going to get there first. Well, second. He goes 1355 at 111. The Denzel side, 1301 at 107. D. Riley side goes 1285 at 106. Denzel side goes 1326 at 103. Corvette goes 499 on the tree. Denzel side goes 018. Corvette's trying to reel him in. Doesn't look like he's going to catch him though. The Denzel side goes 1214 at 112 to 1284 at 112 for the Corvette in the O'Reilly lane. Last two cars out in gear jammers, then we're going to have the EV class, which is down to 3 cars. Started with 4. Now we got 3. Wonder if the batteries went bad in the one. Denzel side went 1382 at 101. The Riley side 1273 at 107. All right. EV cars going down the track right now. We're going to follow that up with Comprod. The Comprod's going to be racing the EV car. Joe Piazza is going to be racing the Tesla. And the Denzel side goes 1180 at 116. The Riley side goes 1171 at 117. So, Tesla versus 50 Chevy. Which one do you think is going to be faster, the old Chevy or the new Tesla? I already know that answer. But for you to come up with an answer that suits you. All right, Joe Piazza going up against the Tesla. So which one do you think is going to get to the end of the quarter mile first? The 50 Chevy or the new Tesla? And it's not a Plaid. If it was a Plaid, we know the answer to that one because Joe's nowhere near a 9-second car. Joe got the better light, but the Tesla's reeling him in. And the Tesla's going to get there first. He goes 1171 at 112. Joe goes 1269 at 103. Dave Bowen out of Livermore in the 2019 Corvette. Chris Burton, the most interesting man in drag racing out of Fairfax in the 2007 Mustang. He just came up here and got a $2 bill. Let's see if he can back that light up. And Dave Bowen goes 097 red. Chris Burton goes 104 green. Dave Bowen's going to get there first. He goes 1042 at 130. Chris goes 1356 at 99. Mark Carlson in the Camaro in the Denzel side. Alex Moss in the O'Reilly lane, the 73 C10 square body pickup. And Mark Carlson goes 060 on the tree. He's going to do a 9-second pass. But Alex Moss won't do it. Mark Carlson goes 997 at 138 to Alex's 1373 at 94 miles an hour. Kevin Diadamo out of Napa in the Corvette. Robert Lazzini in the 72 Nova. Kevin Diadamo goes 100 on the tree. Robert Lazzini goes 036, better light by Robert. Robert goes 1091 at 116. Kevin Diadamo goes 1217 at 110. Michael Smith out of Fairfield in the 64 Chevy. Willie Wu out of Moraga in the 84 Corvette. Michael Smith goes 008 on the tree. Willie Wu goes 029. Willie's going to get there first. He goes 1072 at 125. Michael goes 1206 at 108. Drew Keeler out of San Rafael in 2013 Camaro. Steve Galileo in the 2022 Challenger. Drew Keeler, he's Wednesday night regular in the Denzel side. He goes 054 in the tree. Steve Galileo goes 090 red. He turned on the red light, went Roxanne, goes 1007 at 134. Drew Keeler goes 1112 at 128. Geraldo Garcia out of Napa in the 96 Honda hatch going against the Mustang in the O'Reilly lane. Let's see what this little Honda hatch can do. Hey, the little Honda got a decent light, 182. The Camaro was way late. The Camaro gets there first, 1079 at 143. The little Honda went 1396 at 100. Tony Lucas in the 2023 Challenger Red Eye was way late on the tree, but he still manages a 980 at 140 miles an hour. Denzel side was 410 on the tree, went 1092 at 134. That Red Eye's flying. Denzel side turns on the red light. 065 to the dark side of the tree. He goes 1044 at 131. The O'Reilly side, 317 on the tree, goes 1012 at 133. GTR versus Camaro. Well, I should say Firebird in the O'Reilly lane. That GTR just goes and goes and goes. This is so quick. He goes 1083 at 129. How would you like to have a streetcar, drive it to the store, and drive it around that does 10 seconds in the quarter mile? Must be nice. It's like driving a Tesla Plaid that does 9s in the quarter mile. You can go take that cross country and just as long as you find a charging station to charge the batteries. All right, Brad McNeil in the 68 Mustang, George Lee in the 93 Mustang. Both turn on the red light. George Lee goes 1025 at 139. Brad McNeil goes 1093 at 118. Now we're back in the motorcycle. Doug Love on the Triumph in the Denzel side. Bill Myers and the Honda in the O'Reilly lane. Doug Love goes 008 green. Bill Myers 213. Doug Love goes 1345 at 96 miles an hour. Bill Myers 1527 at 85. Tom Myers on the Yamaha. Craig Love on the Triumph. Craig Love goes 075 just like his uncle. They're both racing a Myers brother. And both Loves just raced, and they just raced both Loves. Craig Love goes 1201 at 109. Tom Myers goes 1360 at 95. Brad Hawks on the Hayabusa in the O'Reilly lane. Brad Hawks goes 100 on the tree. Denzel side 313. Brad Hawks goes 1059 at 129. The Denzel side goes 1064 at 143. Man, that bike was quick in the Denzel side. Tyler Crystal out of Napa on the Kawasaki. Joe Sisk out of Haywood on a Hayabusa. These guys go at it tooth and nail. Tyler goes 068 on the tree. Joe goes 042. Joe goes 918 at 146. Tyler goes 919 at 146. Both super quick bikes. Sean Baldo out of American Canyon goes 102 on the tree. He goes 1151 at 117. The O'Reilly side goes 1461 at 78 miles an hour. Travis Caps in the O'Reilly side goes 320 on the tree. Denzel side 571. Travis gets there first. He goes 1206 at 114. Denzel side goes 1166 at 119. Denzel side goes 125 on the tree, goes 1413 at 86 miles an hour. Denzel side 100 on the tree, the O'Reilly side 406. Denzel side goes 1199 at 110 to 1162 at 121 for the O'Reilly side. Denzel side, bike number 123. O'Reilly side, bike number 71. The Denzel side turns on the red light, goes Roxanne. The O'Reilly side, 164. Goes 1094 at 132 in the O'Reilly lane. 1318 at 103 in the Denzel side. All right, that brings us to the wonderful world of Sports Street. All 6-cylinder and 4-cylinder automatic cars. Emily Sager out of Petaluma in the Dart. Dead on Doug McKay and the Ford F-150 pickup in the Riley lane. And Doug McKay goes 002 on the tree. Well, you're seeing a lot of 002s today, giving away a lot of $2 bills. So Doug McKay, if you're listening on the radio, come on up and see me. I get a $2 bill. He goes 1369 at 99 miles an hour. Emily was 163 on the tree. Denzel side, 030 on the tree. Riley side, 221. Denzel side goes 1629 at 87 miles an hour. To Riley side, 2043 at 66.
Okay.
Steve Delbuno Jr. from Cripple Creek, Oklahoma, in the 2017 Fiat. In the Denzel side, the O'Reilly side, car number 119. Steve Delbuno Jr. goes 182 on the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 318. Steve Delbuno Jr. goes 1544 at 85 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 1893 at 73 miles an hour. All right, Jose Caesar and Denzel side in the Dodge pickup. Dan Storman in the 2003 Chevy pickup. In the O'Reilly lane. Jose Caesar goes 034 on the tree. Dan Stonen goes 405 on the tree. Dan's going to get there first. He goes 1593 at 81 miles an hour. Jose Caesar goes 1702 at 81 miles an hour. Don Hensley out of Brentwood in a 2015 Chevy going against a Camaro on the Denzel side. And Denzel side goes 1141 at 120. Don Hensley goes 046 on the tree. Goes 1791 at 74 miles an hour. Russ Swanson out of Millbrae in the 2012 Mustang Crankers Car Club. Retired skydiver. Age unknown. That's what it says. Russ Swanson turns on the red light. 029 to the dark side. Denzel side also red. 021 to the dark side. Wonder why he put his age unknown. He can't be that old. He goes 1272 at 110. The Denzel side goes Alan Alley Bud out of Oakley in a Audi goes 334 on the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 160. Alan Alley Bud goes 1206 at 111. The O'Reilly side goes 1230 at 111. Tony Tarazzi out of Pacifica in the 63 Nova Wagon. Nate Morato out of Pacifica in the 72 Dodge Demon. That is a nice looking car. Both those cars are nice looking. The Nova Wagon and the Dodge Demon, both cool looking cars. It's good to see them out of the drag strip, not just at a car show. Tony Tarazzi goes 080 on the tree. Nate Morato goes 183 on the tree. Tony Tarazzi's quicker. He goes 1191 at 109 to Nate's 1302 at 102. Terry Jarvis out of San Bruno in the Charger. Looks like a Cadillac over there in the Denzel side. And Terry goes 280 on the tree. The Denzel side goes 625. Terry goes 12:52 at 107. The Denzel side goes 11:90 at 118. Joshua Lake out of Petaluma in the 94 Roadrunner. Olivia Bizetta out of Santa Rosa in the Challenger. Olivia goes 154 in the tree, goes 13:55. Joshua Lake 0:15 in the tree, goes 15:31 at 88 miles an hour. Ron Beverly out of Concord in the 2019 Charger. He goes 12:55 at 110. Denzel side goes 12:85 at 111. Nice light in the O'Reilly side. Old 24 goes 11:40 at 122. Denzel side 2:59 goes 12:26 at 114. Michael Gervais out of Guerneville, the landlord in the 67 Camaro. And Michael Gervais goes 0:30 on the tree. The O'Reilly side goes 0:76 red. Gervais is going to get there first. He goes 11:64 at 114 to the O'Reilly side is 11:98 at 111. Last car out in the street. Then we're going to follow up with a high school. Okay, after high school, we're going to go do one more rotation all the way from jackpot all the way down to high school for the last rotation of the evening. So that'll be the last time through the rotation before we start racing for real. So we're going to do one more full rotation after we're done with high school. And then when we get to high school, we're going to start with jackpot for the final for the first round of eliminations. All right, high school now in the water box. Mason Lewis out of Santa Rosa in the BMW Lion Landover out of American Canyon goes 366 on tree. Mason goes 501. Mason goes 1410 at 101. Ryan goes 1565. All right. I wish I had a GTR when I was in high school. But that's what they got over there in the O'Reilly line. He goes 611 on the tree. He goes 1186 at 93 miles an hour. The Denzel side goes 1485 at 94. That's Dustin Love in the O'Reilly lane. Trying to start a new streak because he won last time here at Sonoma Raceway, so he started a new streak because his last streak ended like I think 12 in a row. He goes 1698 at 78 miles an hour. The Denzel side goes 1549 at 100. And that's going to bring us back to the jackpot after the last high school car goes down the track. So now we're into the last rotation of the evening, starting with jackpot. So after they're done here, they're going to ladder up in the back. And everybody else, when you're done running this run, put the numbers on your windows and get ready for real racing. Denzel side goes 760 on the tree, goes 1835 at 74 miles an hour. Now we're ready for jackpot, the final rotation of the evening. Philip Topping, the 2011 Mustang. Scott Sturley, the 22 Tesla Model Y. Scott goes 003 green. Philip Topping 144. Scott gets there first, 1197 at 113. Philip Topping 1263 at 110. Bill Taggart driving John Terry's Honda. Craig Merrill's driving the Tesla in the O'Reilly lane. Craig Merrill's 026. Bill Taggart, wow, 034 on the tree. Nice light, Bill, for cars you haven't driven. Craig Merrill's goes 1160 at 114. Taggart still going down the track. Goes 1875 at a mind-blowing 73 miles an hour. Christopher Martin in the 07 Corvette. Mitch Gately in the Nova out of Katati. Christopher Martin turns on the red light, 009. Mitch Gately, 041 green. That Nova is deadly. He goes 10-11 at 130. Christopher Martin, 10-15 at 132. Tommy Johnson, 70 Camaro. John Murphy, 55 Chevy Bel Air. John Murphy's been on a kind of a streak. He went 002. He went 007. Let's see what Tommy Johnson and John Murphy can do. Tommy goes 049 in the tree. John Murphy 020. Murphy's just killing the tree tonight. 007, 002, 003. Then an 020 goes 1034 at 127. Tommy Johnson 049 on the tree goes 1014 at 128. Now we're at the time onlys. All right, this is this little car with a big wing on the back. I don't know what it is. It's like looks like an Atom, but it's not. But it's got a huge wing on there, and it's not as fast as I thought it would be, but it's still quick. Hey, he goes 1189 at 124. That's still fairly fast. Okay, our last two cars out in time only. We're going to follow that up, but gear jammers for the last ET hit of the night for them. So we got a Mustang over here and I believe a Maserati going at it in time only. And the Maserati's just gone. It should be in the tens. It goes 1171 at 121. Oh, it was close. The Mustang went 1261 at 115. Now we're back into gear jammers for the final hit at the tree tonight. Patrick Nanu in the Denso side. Sun Takahashi out of Corte Madera in the O'Reilly lane. Patrick Nanu goes 014 on the tree. Soon goes 119 on the tree. Patrick goes 1376 at 101 to the 1460 at 95 for Sun Takahashi. Rachel Throw out of Santa Rosa in the Honda, the actress. Yami out of Oakland in the 1999 Toyota pickup, or Toyota pickup, I should say. It's not Toyota, it's Toyota. Rachel goes 1536 at 88 miles an hour. All right, Yami goes 1835 at 72. Charles Allison out of Hercules in the 1988 Mustang. Charles Allison goes 227 on the tree. Little Honda Hatch goes 505. The Little Honda Hatch is going to get there first, 1331 at 112 to Charles Allison's 1635 at 74. Scott Frazier out of Nevada in the Fiat. Ross Kittis in the 57 Chevy. That's a deadly car. He goes 120 on the tree. Scott Frazier turns on the red light, 114 to the dark side. Ross Kittis goes 13 flat at 106. Scott Frazier 1598 at 86. Claudius Lau out of Fremont in the 2015 Camaro. Brennan Bailey out of Santa Rosa in the Camaro. I don't think that's a 1938 Camaro. I think that's like a 2000. Brennan Bailey goes 12 flat at 122. Claudius Lau turns on the red light, went 1272 at 108. Bill Burns in the Mustang GT in Denso side. Yashi out of Sausalito in the 95 Honda. Bill Burns goes 060 on the tree, goes 1387. Yashi goes 0450 on the tree, goes 1663 at 82 miles an hour. All right, Carlos Hilson in the Miata, the 99 Flying Miata, that's what he put on there today. Chris DaCosta out of Antioch in the 2015 Challenger. Double red lights by both. Carlos Hilson going to get there first. He goes 1236 at 116. Chris DaCosta finally gets down there. Goes 2036 at 61 miles an hour. John Lemos in the Shelby GT350. Denzel side, Walter Miles in the Chevelle. O'Reilly lane. And John goes 086 on the tree. He's going to get there first. Goes 1249 at 114. Walter goes 156 on the tree. Goes 1383. Gregory Automatic goes 144 on the tree. Aaron Glickens 291.
More about it now.
Gregory goes 1139 at 122. So Aaron Glickens looks like he had a breakdown on about half track. So we're going to send fire safety out there to go get him. All right, so we're going to send fire safety out there to go get Aaron, and we're going to take a break here while they're getting him off the track. Just to let you know, when you're done with this time runs, put the numbers on your dial your cars in. We're going to be, next time around, we're going to be racing for real. All right, we got fire safety off the track with the car, so now we're going to send the other car, Jose Blemos with the Infiniti, Evan Chan with the 2016 Corvette. Evan Chan goes 13-15. Jose's Carrero out of Fairfield in the Honda hatch in the Denzel side. The Riley side goes 14.67 at 92 miles an hour. Jesus goes 16.45 at 81. Mark Chansey out of Vacaville, 64 Plymouth Fury. Steven Jaslowski out of San Jose in a 2014 Mustang. And Steven goes 001 on the tree. He goes 1243 at 112. Mark Chansey was 052 on the tree. Goes 1468 at 92. Now we're going to go in the EV category. Dave Peretti in the Polestar in the O'Reilly lane. Joshua in Tesla in the Denzel side. Joshua goes 087 on the tree. Dave goes 267 in the Polestar. It's not going to be as fast as the Tesla, but it might be. He goes 1269 at 107. The Tesla goes 1376 at 101. Marty Firmer out of Manteca in the Tesla 3. Raghav Partey out of San Francisco in the BMW. Marty Firmer goes 062, goes 1171 at 113. Partey goes 460 on the tree, goes 1170 at 117 in the BMW. All right, you got Joe Piazza out of Nevada in the 50 Chevy. Alex Maz out of Antioch in the 73 square body C10 pickup. Joe Piazza goes 050 on the tree. Alex Moss goes 034. Joe's going to get there first. He goes 1257 at 104. Alex goes 1355 at 96. Christopher Burden in the Mustang. Willie Woo in the Corvette in the O'Reilly lane. Willie's going to be faster, but let's see if Chris Burden can tree him at least. And Chris tried, he goes 015 red to Willie's 019 green. Willie's gone. He goes 1067 at 125. Chris Burden goes 1354 at 102. Dave Bowen out of Livermore in the 2019 Corvette. Steve Galileo in the 2022 Challenger. Dave Bowen goes 142 on the tree, goes 1036 at 135. Steve Galileo goes 183 on the tree, goes 999 at 136. Mark Carlson in 2002 Camaro. Demario Lee out of Brentwood in the Mustang. Mark Carlson 087 on the tree. Demario Lee 629 on the tree. Mark Carlson goes 992 at 139 to Demario Lee's 1116 at 144. Wow, that was carrying some mile an hour. Kevin Diadamo in the Corvette in the Denzel side. Tony Letsky in the Challenger Red Eye. That's a 9-second car right there, people. In the O'Reilly lane, that one moves out pretty darn good. It's a Red Eye, so watch it go down the track. And he goes 9.79 at 140 miles an hour for Tony. Kevin Diadamo went 12.11 at 111 miles an hour, like he was standing still. Tony went by him. Michael Smith in the 64 Chevy. Geraldo Garcia in the 1996 Honda hatch. Oh, it looks like some fire safety doing something at the top end, so we're going to get back to you as soon as we figure out what's going on up there. All right, looks like we get the all clear from fire safety, so we're going to send the cars out. All right, Drew Keeler, 2013 Camaro. Brad McNeil, the 68 Mustang. Drew Keeler, very good racer here on Wednesday nights. Brad McNeil, the same thing, the 68 Mustang. And Drew Keeler turns on the red light, 159 to the dark side of the tree. Brad McNeil goes 022 green. Drew's going to get there second. Oh, gets there first. He goes 1119 at 128 to Brad McNeil's 1131 at 116. Doug Huggard, 2006 Mustang. Wade Wells out of Ronald Park, California, the 62 Nova 418 on the tree. Doug was a little bit early. 003 red goes 1045 at 132. 998 at 136 for the Nova. Not bad. George Lee, Fremont, the 93 Mustang. This is a 10-second car, guys. And the GTR is a 10-second car. But one of them, you can drive to the grocery store. One of them, you have to trailer. And that's going to be George Lee's car goes 1010 at 141. The Denzel side, the GTR goes 1080 at 129. Huh? Not really. But now I'm feeling better. But, you know, still got my issues. But my feet are feeling better because I got Kaiser, and so now I've got doctors, and they prescribed me medicine for my neurosity in my legs, and they gave me a whole new regimen for my diabetes. Yeah, yeah. So I'm doing better on that. Yeah, but huh? Oh, I know. But you know, all in all, I'm doing okay. I'm doing a lot better than I was. Yeah, I'm still alert and yeah. All right, Bill Myers goes 437 on the tree, goes 1490 at 85 miles an hour. Craig Love 114 on the tree, goes 1186 at 110. Doug Love on Novato goes 184 on the tree. The O'Reilly side 091. Doug Love goes 1326 at 97 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 1435 at 78. Joe Sisk on the Hayabusa, and the Denzel side, Tyler Crystal in the O'Reilly lane out of Napa on the 2005 Kawasaki. He goes 055 on the tree. Joe Sisk goes 027. These two go at it hand in hand. Tyler goes 912 at 147. Joe goes 917 at 147. Tom Myers on the Yamaha goes 095 on the tree. Travis Capps goes 259 on the tree. On the Ducati, he goes 1280 at 115 to the 1331 at 98 miles an hour for Tom Myers. Sean Baldo, Denzel side, Brad Hawks, O'Reilly side on the 05 Hayabusa. Sean Baldo goes 0.66 on the tree. Brad Hawks goes 1.99 on the tree. Brad Hawks goes 10.33 at 1.32. Sean Baldo goes 11.55 at 1.17. Alfredo Escadon on the Harley Davidson. Andy Costello. Hey, Abbott. Your Riley side goes 3.38 on the tree. He goes 10.67 at 1.45. Alfredo goes 13.99 at 88 miles an hour. Nick Paul out of San Rafael. 265 on the tree. The O'Reilly side 541. Nick Paul goes 1162 at 121. The O'Reilly side goes 1154 at 122. Jennifer out of Benicia on the Ducati. Jesse Dolan out of Napa on the Aprilia. Oh, that's better. Jesse Dolan goes 0.47 on the tree. Jennifer goes 1.46. Jesse goes 11.02 at 1.30. Jennifer goes 12.61 at 1.10. And that'll conclude motorcycle. Now we'll be in the Sports Street for the final time run. Ben Mack in the Toyota. Dead on Doug McKay in the Ford pickup. Dead on Doug goes 003 on the tree. Ben Mack 123. Doug McKay goes 13.65 for the time run. Emily Sager out of Petaluma in the 2014 Dart. Randy Chomandale in the Acura turns on the red light. Emily Sager goes 226 green. She gets there first, goes 16.65 at 81 miles an hour. Randy Chomandale is Wyatt Spencer in the 2015 Infiniti. Doug Daly in the O'Reilly lane goes 3.40 on the tree. Is Isaiah goes 0.41. He goes 14.38 at 82 miles an hour. Doug Daly finally gets down the track at 20.07 at 66 miles an hour. Emmy White out of San Pablo, the 2015 Q50. Sebastian Argarian out of Windsor in the 2011 BMW. He goes 13.71 at 108 for Sebastian. White goes 14 flat at 98 miles an hour. Guillermo Hernandez out of Napa. Steve Del Buono Jr. from Cripple Creek, Oklahoma in the Fiat. And Steve Del Buono goes 0.94 on the tree. Guillermo goes 4.50 on the tree, goes 12.65 at 107. Steve Del Buono Jr. goes 15.38. Angel Fimbres out of Novato and Navolo. Tosh Miller in the Audi out of Santa Rosa. Tosh Miller goes 13:10 at 95, and Joe goes Trevin Chomandale on the Honda. O'Reilly Lane, Robert Estano in Denzel side on the Honda. Trevin goes 14:58 at 95 miles an hour. Robert goes 16:65 at 83. All right, the O'Reilly side turned on the red light, goes 12:03 at 113. Denzel side, didn't get that one. All right, car number 777 goes 086 on the tree. The O'Reilly side, car number 17 goes 175. The Denzel side goes 11:23 at 121. The O'Reilly side goes 17:28 at 79 miles an hour. Denzel side, car number 110. The O'Reilly side, car number 47. I believe that's a Chevy pickup going against Camaro. And the Denzel side goes 12:12 at 114. The O'Reilly side goes 15:97 at 81 miles an hour. All right, Denzel side 015 on the tree. O'Reilly side 094, both good with lights. Let's see which one gets there first. It's going to be the Nova wagon goes 1190 at 109. The Denzel side goes 1268 at 110. All right, Joshua Lake rolling into the water box. All right, going into the water box, Joshua Lake in the Roadmaster in Denzel side. Michael Gervais, landlord out of Guerneville, California, in the O'Reilly lane in the 67 Camaro. Joshua Lake usually comes here with a Bentley. He's got a Bentley, and that thing's just outrageous for Joshua Lake. He goes 058 red. Michael Gervais goes 131 green. Gervais will get there first. He goes 1152 at 115. Joshua Lake goes 1518 at 89 miles an hour. Jeff Golan in the Challenger. Clay Gatsu in the Jeep. This Jeep is no slouch. It's pretty quick. Jeff Golden goes 181 green. Clay Gatsu goes 249 green. He goes 1473 at 92 miles an hour. Jeff Golden goes 1252 at 113. Robert Fosfischer in the Challenger. Terry Jarvis in the Charger. Robert turns on the red light, 015 to the dark side of the T. Terry goes 005 green. He goes 1248 at 108 to 1192 at 113 of Robert. Sam Pacheco in the Charger. Don Hensley in the 2015 Chevy in the O'Reilly lane. And Sam Pacheco goes 690 on the tree. He goes 1399 and 97 miles an hour. Don Hensley, 112 on the tree, goes 1795 at 75 miles an hour. That brings us to high school. Ron Landaverde in Denzel side in the Volkswagen. Joshua Barris in the Mustang in the O'Reilly lane. And Ryan goes 334 in the tree. Josh goes 858. Josh goes 1443. Vincent Hayes in the BMW. Tion Perquette in the 2004 Nissan GTR. He goes 1353 at 74 miles an hour. Vincent Hayes, 078 on the tree. Dustin Love. Time only, suit up. Time only, suit up. Dustin Love in the Denzel side goes 087 on the tree. Mason Lewis goes 459 on the tree. He goes 1365 at 102. Dustin Love goes 1699 at 79 miles an hour. He was 087 on the tree. Nathan Beck out of Santa Rosa in the 2016 Lexus. All right, here comes dialing for dollars, as I call it. Jackpot. First round of eliminations. We're going to start off with Scott Sturley and Bill Taggart going at it. Nathan Beck went 18.25 at 74 miles an hour. Denzel side went 14.55. All right, Bill Taggart dialed in at 1870 out of El Sobrante, California in the Honda. Scott Sturley in the Tesla dialed in at 1197. He's going to give up a lot of room to this. So is Scott Sturley going to run down Taggart, or is Taggart going to cut a good light and make Scott pay? Oh, and Scott cuts a red light. He must have known that Bill Taggart cut an 052 green, so Scott is out. Bill is in. Way to go, Bill. All right, Tommy Johnson dialed in at 10:15 out of Santa Rosa, California, the 70 Camaro. Christopher Martin, 10:15 dial. Heads up race out of Brentwood, 07 Corvette. And Tommy Johnson takes the win. He goes 016 on the tree, goes 1018 on 1015 dial, 128. Christopher Martin had him by a thou on the tree, but he broke out 1013 on 1015 dial for the loss. So Tommy Johnson moves on. Mitch Gately, 1011 dial out of Cotati, California, 64 Nova. John Murphy, 1036 dial and 55 Bel Air. Oh, and John Murphy turns on the red light. Mitch Gately takes the win with an 022 green. So John Murphy is going to go try his hand at Comprod. Craig Merrill's dialed in at 1163 out of Windsor in a Tesla. Phil Topping at 1260 dial out of Saratoga in the 2011 Mustang. And Craig Merrill's turns on the red light, 017 to the dark side of the tree. Phil Topping goes on to the next round of Jackpot. Craig Merrill's have to go to EV class. All right, we got test and tune now. All right, last car out for time onlys, and we're going to get back into gear jammers for the first round of eliminations. The Corvette will mark the last time only car here. All right, here comes gear jammers for the first round of eliminations into the water box. I believe that's Mark Chansey in the Fury and Patrick Lanoux in the Challenger. We'll wait for the boards to change so I can make sure of that. All right, Mark Chansey dialed in at 1466 from Vacaville, the retired Air Force. 64 Plymouth Fury, Patrick Lanoux, 1380 dial out of Benicia, 2010 Dodge Challenger. So Lanoux, Chansey, who's going to win? Mark Chansey takes the win. He goes 121 on the tree. He goes 1472 on a 66 for the win. Lanoux broke out. He goes 1376 on a 1380 dial. John Lemos, 1249 dial out of Novato, California. There's 2016 Shelby GT 350. Shun Takahashi dialed in at 1465 out of Corte Madera. And we're going to go to John Lemos. He goes 1257, 1249. He's 038 on the tree for the win. Soon was better on the tree, 030, but could not run that 1465 number, went 1507 at 93 miles an hour for a loss. Yeah. Ratio throw, 1502 dial out of Santa Rosa, the actress. 92 Honda Civic. Even Chan, 1340 dial, turns on the red light, so ratio throw to the next round. Congratulations to Rachel on their anniversary. She was married today to her husband. I should know his name, but I can't remember it right now. Claudius Lau, dialed in at 1265. 2015 Camaro. Yami, dialed in 1828. The 1999 Toyota pickup. Oh, and Yami breaks out. He goes 106 on the tree, but went 1817 on the 1828 for the loss. Claudius Lau was late with a 534 light, takes the win. Jose Bolemos out of Vallejo in the 2005 Infiniti dialed in at 1310. The O'Reilly side dialed in at 1321. All right, Jose Blamos takes the win. He goes 274 on the tree, goes 1342 on a 1310 for a win. All right, everybody, track lights are on, so it's required that we have tail lights on from this point on. So everybody, please turn on your tail lights. Ross Kiddos dialed in at 1263 to 57 Chevy. Scott Frazier dialed in at 1560 out of Novato, California, the Fiat. And the win goes to Ross Kittis. He goes 058 on the tree. He goes 1279 on a 1263 dial at 102. Scott Frazier was 073 on the tree. He goes 1587 on a 1560 for the loss. Walter Miles out of Santa Rosa in the Chevelle, dialed in at 1280. Bill Burns, 1320 dial out of Sonoma, 82 Mustang GT. And the win goes to Bill Burns. He goes 146 on the tree, goes 1447 on a 1320 dial for the win, 83 miles an hour. Walter takes the loss. Yasi Taka Ansi, dialed in at 1650 in the Honda out of Sausalito. Benham Bailey, dialed in at 1220 in the Camaro out of Santa Rosa. And Benham Bailey's going to take the win. He goes 179 on the tree, goes 1232 on a 1220 at 121. Yoshi was late, seriously late. Steve Jozlowski, 1242 dial out of San Jose in the 2014 Mustang. Carl Schulson, 1227 dial out of Ross. Flying Miata. And Steven Jozlowski is going to take the win because Carlos Wilson slowed down. He couldn't run that 1227 dial. He went 1510 on a 1227 dial for the loss. Steve takes the win. Gregory on automatic down on 1164 in the Camaro. Chris DaCosta, 1233 dial, and the Challenger. And Gregory, you're going to take the win. He goes 1305. Charles Allison dialed in at 1650. Let's see how close he can come. He's got a bye run. All right, now we're going to go to EV class. We got Partey, Raghav Partey, dial in 1159. Joshua Finbears, dial in at 1357 in the O'Reilly lane. And Joshua is going to take the win. He goes 045 on the tree. He goes 1383 at 101 for the win. It was 045 on the tree and 1357 dial. Dave Peretti dialed in at 1269. The Riley side dialed in at 1197. Polestar versus Tesla. And the win is going to go to the O'Reilly lane. He goes 092 on the tree, goes 1203 on 1197 dial at 106. Dave was late with a 191 light, went 1269. Marty Firmer with the buy run in the Tesla Model 3, dialed in at 1172. All right, Joe Piazza dialed in at 1256 out of Novato, California, to 50 Chevy. Alex Maas dialed in at 1355 out of Antioch, California, to 73 square body C10 pickup. Nope, Alex Majas takes the win. He goes 032 on the tree. He goes 1357 on 1354 for the win. Joe Piazza was late with a 136 light. Goes dead on 5, but he could not make up the difference with that 032 light by Alex. So Joe out, Alex in. Robert Lazzini dialed in at 1089 from Roanoke Park, California, 72 Nova. Dave Bowen out of Livermore turns on the red light. 1028 dial, 041 to the dark side of the tree. So Robert Lazzini with a 263 green takes the win. Mark Carlson dialed in at 990 in the 2002 Camaro. Chris, the most interesting man in drag racing, Burton, dialed in at 1350 in the Mustang in the O'Reilly lane. Chris Burton takes the win. He goes 070 on the tree, goes 1355 on a 1350 for the win at 100 miles an hour. Mark Carlson had a better light, 021 to the 070 of Burton, but went 1003 on a 990 dial for the loss. Kevin Diadamo, 1205 dial out of Napa, California, a 2003 vet. Willie Will dialed in at 1065 from Moraga, the 84 Corvette. And win's going to go to Willie Woo. He goes 036 on the tree, goes 1071 and 1065 at 118 for the win. Kevin Diadamo was just about as good on the tree, but had a 040 light, went 1211 on a 1205 at 110 for the loss. Drew Keeler, 1110 dial out of San Rafael, California. 2013 Camaro. Steve Galileo, 998 dial on a 2022 Challenger. And Steve Galileo takes the win, goes 006 on the tree, goes 999 on a 998 dial for the win at 136. Drew Keeler was a little bit tardy, a 119 light, goes 1111 on 1110 dial at 126 for the loss. Demario Lee, 1090 dial, the Denzel side, dialed in at 1080. And the win goes to car number 68, goes 231 on the tree, goes 1081 on a 1080 dial, 129. Demario Lee had a 737 light and did not get any better from it after that. Tony Lukaszek dialed in at 970, 2023 Challenger Red Eye. Denzel side dialed in at 1260. And it looks like Tony's going to take the win. He goes 051 on the tree. Denzel's side looks like he's stopped out there, so we're going to send fire safety out there and get him off the track. So Tony takes the win. He goes 051 on the tree. He goes 1085 on a 970 dial, 101. The Denzel side is stopped. Oh, it looks like fire safety's got him almost off the track, so we're going to start this guy's racing pretty soon here. All right, Brad McNeil dial in at 1095 in the 68 Mustang. Geraldo Garcia dialed in at 1380 in the Honda hatch. And Brad McNeil turns on the red light 013 to the dark side of the tree, went Roxanne. So Geraldo Garcia takes the win with a 423 light. So he got to go around and come on back, do it again. All right, Christopher Martin dialed in at 1012 in the Corvette. John Murphy dialed in at 10 flat in the 55 Bel Air. Murphy, Martin, good race here, guys. Corvette versus 55 Chevy. And Christopher Martin turns on the red light, 015 to the dark side of the tree. John Murphy with an 037 green takes the win. He goes 1026 on a 10 flat dial, 121. Martin was 1013 with a red light on a 1012 dial for the loss. And Denzel side takes the win. He goes 009 on the tree, goes 1163 on the dial. He goes 1175 on 1163 dial for the win. George Lee was late with an 054 light. Doug Huggard dialed in at 1042 in the 2006 Mustang. Wade Walsh, 995 dial out of Rohnert Park, 62 Nova. And Wade Walsh is going to take the win. He goes 122 on the tree, goes 999 on a 995 dial, 135 for the win. Doug Huggard was late with a 230 light trying to catch Wade. He breaks out. He goes 1338 on a 13. He goes 1038 on a 1042 for the loss. Andy Costello dialed in at 1055 out of Richmond. We're back in the motorcycles. On the Aprilia, Merlin Valencia dialed in at 1425 out of San Jose. Andy Costello turns on the red light, 118 to the dark side of the street, giving the win to Mervin Valencia with a 388 green. Tom Myers dialed in at 1330 out of Petaluma on the Yamaha. Bill Myers dialed in at 1490 on the Honda. I wonder if Tom Myers knows Bill Myers. I'm just spitballing here. I think they may be related. And Tom Myers puts the hurt all over his brother, Bill Myers, 042 on the tree. He goes 1332 on a 1330 at 79 miles an hour for the win. Bill Myers was dead late with a 439 light and didn't get any better for him. Alfredo Escalon dialed in at 1392 on the Harley Davidson. Joe Sis dialed in at 915 on the Hayabusa. And we're going to go to Joe Sis. He goes dead on 3, 915 with a 3 on a 915 dial for the win. Jennifer dialed in at 1250 out of Benicia on the Ducati. Jesse Dolan dialed in at 1090 on the Aprilia. And Jennifer takes the win. She goes 1252 on a 1250 dial, 237 on the tree at 104. Jesse Dolan was late with a 397 light and could not run that 1090 number. Nick Paul dialed in 1150 out of San Rafael on the 2007 F2. Craig Love dialed 1183 out of Santa Rosa on the Triumph. And Craig Love's going to take the win. He 157 on the tree, goes 1194 and 1183 at 101 for the win. Nick Paul was late with a 459 light and could not run that 1150 number. Brad Hawks 1050 dial on the Hayabusa. Brett Daniels dialed in at 1151 on the Yamaha. And win goes to Brad Hawks. He goes 191 on the tree, goes 1096 on a 1050 dial at 117. Brett Daniels was 474 on the tree. Takes the loss. Travis Capps, 1165 dial. Sean Balder, 1155 dial. And it's going to go to Travis Capps. Takes the win. He goes 230 on the tree. Goes 1165 dead on 5. 230 on the tree. At 116 miles an hour. Sean Balder with a 303 light. Didn't get any better for him after that. He went 1145 breakout and 1155 dial. Doug Love, 1320 dial. Takes the bye run here. He goes 1321, 070 on tree on a 1320 dial on a competition bye. Tyler Crystal, 915 dial competition bye here. He goes 972 at 140 miles an hour. All right, dead on Doug McKay dial in at Ruin Sports Street. Dead on Doug McKay, 1363 dial, Rodeo, California, in the 2021 Ford F-150. Isaiah Spencer dialed in at 1390 out of Richmond in the Affinity. And Doug McKay goes 110 on the tree, takes the win, goes 1392 on a 1363 at 79 miles an hour. Isaiah was late with a 131 light, goes 1488 for the loss. Emily White dialed in at 1390 in the Q50 Infinity. Ben Mack, 1560 dial out of Fairfield in the 2019 Toyota. And Ben Mack takes the win. He goes 146 on the tree, goes 1602 on a 1560 dial, 87 miles an hour. Emily White takes the loss. Guillermo Hernandez, 1260 dial out of Napa in the 2019 VW. Emily Seeger, 59 dial out of Petaluma in the 2014 Dart. And Emily's going to take the win. She goes 134 on the tree, goes 1672 on a 1659 dial for the win. Guillermo was late with a huge light. Sebastian dialed in at 1350 out of Windsor in the BMW. Doug Daly dialed in at 20 flat in the O'Reilly lane. And Doug Daly turns on the red light, so Sebastian, with a 337 light, takes the win and moves on to the next round. Angelo Fimbres dialed in at 1582 in the Volvo. Steve Del Buono Jr. out of Cripple Creek, Oklahoma in the Fiat. And Steve Del Buono Jr. is going to take the win, goes 1551 on the 1542 dial for the win. Tosh Miller dialed in at 1285 out of Santa Rosa in the Audi. Trevor Tremondale dialed in at 1445 out of Napa. Takes the win on double relay. He was close to zero, 024 to an 099. So Trevor moves on to the next round. Randy Tremondale dialed in at 1822 out of Napa in the Acura. Robert Elistino dialed in at 1652 out of San Francisco in the Honda. And a double breakout win goes to Robert. He goes 16 12:41 on a 16:52 breakout for the win. 110 miles an hour. Diego Menendez dialed in at 12 flat on the 2015 vet. Nate Moretto dialed in at 1285 in the 72 Dodge Demon. And Menendez takes the win. He goes 1207 on a 12 flat dial, goes 199 on the tree for the win. Nate was 099 on tree, had a better light, but could not run that 1285 dial. Joshua Lake dialed in at 1518 out of Petaluma, California in the 94 Road Monster Buick. Tim Barron dialed in at 1720 in the 2005 Chevy pickup. Road Monster versus Chevy pickup. And the Road Monster is a real monster. Turned on the red light. So Joshua Lake is out. And Tim Barron with a 253 green is in. Don Hensley dialed in at 1794 at Brentwood in 2015 Chevy. Tom Markovich, 1202 dial. He's 74 years old, retired-ish. 09 Corvette. I used to say Tom Markovich in the Porsche, but he got rid of the Porsche for a 09 Chevy Vet. And the win's going to go to Don Hensley, goes 079 on tree, goes 1795 with a 1 on a 1794 dial at 69 miles an hour. Markovich was late with a 153 light, went 1206 on a 1202 for the loss. Tony Chirachi dialed 1188 out of Pacifica. The 63 Nova Wagon, Mike Young, 1226 dial out of Petaluma in the 2016 Volkswagen. Tony Chirachi is also a mechanic. That's what it says here. He's 53 years old. He's a young pup. And Tony Chirachi is going to take the win. He goes 096 on the tree. He goes 1194 and 1188 dial at 109 miles an hour. Mike Young had him treed 033, but could not run that 1226 dial. He went 1240 for the loss. Vince Cardinale dialed in at 1494 out of San Francisco in the 1968 Mustang. Alan Ali Budbud, 1196 dial out of Oakley, California. 2020 Audi. Vince Cardinale takes the win. He goes 126 on the tree, goes 1507 on a 1494 dial. Alan Ali Budbud was late with a 291 light. Mateo dialed in 1190 out of Martinez in the Cadillac. Ron Beverly, 1209 dial out of Concord in the 2019 Charger. And Ron Beverly's going to take the win. He goes 360 on the tree, goes 1247 on 1209 dial, 111. Mateo was late with a 449 light and broke out trying to catch Ron Beverly. Jeff Golden and dialed in at 1230 in the Challenger. Terry Jones, 1246 dial. He's a transport owner in the 2016 Charger. And Terry Jervis is going to take the win. He goes 12 50 on a 1246 dial, 188 on the tree, 104 miles an hour. Jeff Golden was late with a 213 light and could not run that 1230 number until 75. Ron Drummond dialed in at 1207 out of Manteca, 71 vet. Olivia Bizzotti turns on the red light out of Santa Rosa, 113 to the dark side of the tree. Ron Drummond with a 118 green takes the win. Clay Gatzer dialed in at 1459 in the Riley side. Denzel side dialed in at 1194. Clay Gatz was going to take the win. He goes 148 on the tree, goes 1473 and a 1459 dial to take the win at 93 miles an hour. The Denzel side was late with a 253 light and broke out trying to catch Clay. Robert Potsfisser dialed in at 1189 in the Challenger. Mike Gervais, the landlord out of Guerneville, California, in the 67 Camaro dialed in at 1154. And Michael Gervais turns on the red light, 117 to the dark side of the tree, so Robert's going to take the win, 021 green, and move on to the next round of street. I believe this is the first round of high school. Second round of high school. Ronder Landaverde dialed in at 1540 in the 2012 Volkswagen. Josh Boris dialed in at 1437 out of Piedmont with the 2007 Mustang. And Ryan's going to take the win. He goes 1553 and a 1540, 335 on the tree at 88 miles an hour. Josh Boris was late with an 807 light. Tion Puckett dialed in at 1260 in the 2004 Nissan. Mason Lewis dialed in at 1360 out of Santa Rosa in the BMW. And Mason's going to take the win. He goes 245 on the tree, goes 1403 for the win. Dustin Love dialed in at 1694 in the Dodge. Vincent Hayes dialed in at 1483 out of Fairfield. Dustin Love takes the win. He goes 020 on the tree, goes 1695 on a 94 at 71 miles an hour. Vincent Hayes was late with a 372 light. Nathan Beck dialed in at 1825 in the 2016 Lexus. Thiessen Tromondole dialed in at 1445 out of Napa in the BMW. And Nathan Beck's going to take the win. He goes 280 on the tree. He goes 1829 on 1825 at 74 miles an hour for the win. Thiessen was better on the tree. He goes 093, goes 1470 on a 1445 dial for the loss. Which brings us back to dialing for dollars. Tommy Johnson dialed in at 1016. Mitch Gately dialed in at 1009. Camaro versus Nova. And Tommy Johnson's going to take the win. He goes 0-19 on the tree. He goes 10-16 dead on 3 for the win at 128. Mitch Gately was 0-16 on 3. Went 10-08 with a 6 breakout on a 10-09 dial for the loss. Good race. Good close race. So Tommy Johnson into the finals of Jackpot. Bill Taggart, 1857 dial. Phil Topping, 1255 dial. And Bill Taggart's going to go up against Tommy Johnson in the finals of Jackpot next time around. All right, now we got a bunch of time onlys here. So we'll take a little bit of break here. You get a 5-second catch my breath, and then we'll go back at it. Okay, our last two time onlys, then we're going to go into gear jammers again for the next round of eliminations. That was a nice little break, everybody. I really appreciate that I could take the time off. That was well needed. All right, we're back into gear jammers. We got Mark Chansey dialed in at 1466 in the 64 Plymouth Fury. Charles Allison dialed in at 1650 in the 1988 Mustang. And Mark Chansey is going to take the win. He goes 1469 on 1466 dial, 182 on the tree. He goes 93.19 for the win. Charles Allison was late with a 289 light and broke out on top of it. John Lemmels dialed in at 1249 in the Shelby DT 350. Ross Kittos dialed in at 1263 in the 57 Chevy. And John Lemmels breaks out. He had him treed 018 to 067. Ross Kittis takes the win. He goes 1267 on a 1263 at 109 miles an hour. Rachel Throw, the actress out of Santa Rosa in the Civic, dialed in at 1515. Claudius Lau dialed in at 1265. I'd like to say happy anniversary to Rachel and Dion Throw, that they have their anniversary tonight. And Claudius Lau takes out Rachel Throw. He goes 093 on the tree, goes 1281 on a 1265 dial for the win. Jose Blemos down at 1310 on a 2005 Infiniti. Brendan Bailey dialed in at 1220 in the Camaro. And Jose's going to take the win. He goes 1320 on a 1310 dial, 170 on the tree at 105. Brendan Bailey was late with a 405 light. Steve Jesluski dialed in at 1235 in the Mustang. We call him Grumpy, the 2014 Mustang. Gregory Automatic dialed in at 1164 in the Camaro. And Gregory turns on the red light, 054 to the dark side. Steve Jesluski with a 037 green takes the win and moves on to the next round. Bill Burns gets the bye run here. And then we're going to go into the EV finals. This is the EV finals. So we're all right, Bill Burns is done. He goes 1323 and a 1320, 141 on the tree, and move on to the next round. All right, this is the finals of EV class. I count 2 cars, so it's got to be the finals. Marty Firmer out of Manteca, 1175 dial, and the Tesla. Joshua Finbez, dialed in 1197 out of Nevada in the Tesla, in the O'Reilly lane.
There's a huge transmission fluid.
Okay, Marty Firmer turns on the red light, so Joshua is going to take the win. Goes 097 green. He goes 1272. He goes 1197 on a dead-on one on 097 on the tree. So congratulations to Joshua on his win tonight in EV class. Now we're going to take a break here. We got a mess to clean up right outside the Time Slip booth. All right, we're going to go back on with Comprod. We got Chris Burton dialed in at 1354. Alex Moss dialed in at 1356. Mustang versus square body pickup, and it's going to be Chris Burton takes the win. He goes 1357 on 1354 dial, 054 on a tree, 94 miles an hour. Persera Akin turns on the red light, dialed in at 1070. Robert Lazzini dialed in at 1089 with a 059 green, takes the win. John Murphy. Eric, that's not John Murphy. That's racing right now? I don't know either, but I don't know who's racing who. All right, Willie Will dialed in at 1060 at 006 on the tree, goes 1065 at 125 for the win. All right. Geraldo Garcia dialed in at 1380 out of Napa. Tony Luzinski dialed in at 970 out of San Francisco, California, in the Challenger Red Eye. Double breakout win goes Geraldo Garcia, goes 1375 on a 1380, 240 on the tree for the win. All right, Steve Galileo, last car out in Comprod before we go on the motorcycle, in the Challenger with the buy run. All right, Steve Galileo is going to rethink that dial. He goes 995 on a 997 when he comes back around. Now we're back in the motorcycle for the next time hit. Well, next round of elimination. Tyler Crystal dialed in at 9:15 out of Napa, California, and the Kawasaki. Craig Love dialed in 11:81 on the Triumph. I don't know why you said that, Eric, because I've been saying his name right all night long. So Tyler Crystal dialed in 9:15. Denzel side, Craig Love dialed in 11:81 in the Riley lane. Let's see if Tyler can run down Craig.
14-3.
And he does not. Craig goes 0.33 on the tree. Tyler goes 0.84. He goes 11.83 and 11.81 for the win. That's Craig Love. Tyler goes 9.17 and 9.15 for the loss. Tom Myers dialed in at 13.12 on the Yamaha. Brad Hawks dialed in at 10.50 on the Hayabusa. And Brad Hawks with a 173 light. Tom Myers had him with a 017 but could not run his number. Tyler goes 1060 on a 1050 dial for the win at 107. Tom Myers could not run that 1312 dial. He went 1342 for the loss. Jennifer Christopher dial in at 1250 on Ducati. Merlin Valencia dial in at 1430 out of San Jose. And the win goes to Jennifer. She goes 253 on the tree. She goes 1256 on a 1250 dial at 98 miles an hour. Merlin had a better light, 108, but could not run that 1430 dial. He went 1476 for the loss. Travis Caps dial in 1165 on the Ducati. Joe Six dial in 910 on the Hayabusa. And Joe Sis goes 012 on the tree, goes 921 on a 910 dial for the win at 135 miles an hour. Travis Caps was late with a 289 light. Doug Love with the bye run. 034 on the tree. Dialed in at 1318, he goes 1320 at 98 miles an hour. A time run here in the O'Reilly lane. All right, time run is over with. Now we're going to go into Sports Street with Dead On Doug McKay. Taking point. He's going for the sweep this year, trying to win every race here for the entire year. All right, Dead On Doug McKay dialed in at 1363. Ben Mack dialed in at 1590 in the 2019 Toyota. Doug McKay in the 2021 Ford F-150. And Doug McKay is going to take the win. He goes 022 on the tree, goes 1375 on a 1363 dial at 85 miles an hour. Ben Mack gave it everything he had to give. He goes 025 on the tree to Doug's 022. Robert Estonia 1641 dial. Emily Seeger, 1666 dial. And Dart versus Honda. And Emily Sager is going to take the win. She goes 092 and 3, goes 1666 dead on 481 miles an hour. Robert was late with a 183 light, went 1650. Sebastian Arguin dialed in at 1350. Trevin Tremondale dialed in at 1448. Honda versus BMW. And the win's going to go to Trevin Tremondale. He goes 041 on the tree, goes 1452 on a 1448 dial. Sebastian was late with a 407 light and broke out on top of it. Steve Del Buner Jr. out of Cripple Creek, Oklahoma, with the bye run in the Fiat. Which now brings us back to street. Don Hensley dialed in at 1794 in the 2015 Chevy. Diego Menendez dialed in at 1190 out of San Francisco in the Vet. Diego's going to have to give up a lot of real estate. He's going 1190. Don Hensley's dialed in at 1794. And the win's going to go to Don Hensley. He goes 099 on the tree, goes 1805 on a 1794 dial for the win. Diego was late with a 125 light, went 1218 on 1190 for the loss. Robert Postfisser dialed in 1195 out of Dixon in the Challenger. Tim Barron 1695 out of Rohnert Park in the 2005 Chevy pickup. Did you understand that one? Okay. All right. Attention in the pits, motorcycles. Motorcycles, please line up in the line where you're supposed to line up. All right, Tim Barron takes the win. He goes 097 on the tree, goes 1703 on a 1695 dial, 097 on the tree. Tony Tarazzi goes 1188, dial 1188. Ron Beverly dialed at 1212. 63 Nova Wagon versus 2019 Charger. And Tony Tarazzi is going to take the win. He goes 077 on the tree, goes 1195 on 1188 dial, 108 miles an hour. Ron Beverly was late with a 255 light. Terry Jarvis dialed in at 1246 in the Charger. Turns on the red light, so Vince Cardinale with a 026 green takes the win and moves on to the next round of street. All right, Ron Drummond dialed in at 12:11. Clay Gatsu dialed in at 14:59. Fed versus Jeep. And Ron Drummond's going to take the win. He goes 124 in the tree, goes 12:18 on a 12:11 dial for the win. High school in the water box. Semifinals to high school. Mason Lewis dialed in at 1360. Joshua Boris dialed in at 1540. BMW versus Mustang. And coming at you after the high school semis is the jackpot finals. All right, Joshua Boris takes the win. He moves into the finals of high school. He goes 1554 on a 1540, 355 on the tree. Mason Lewis went 557 on the tree and broke out trying to catch him. He goes 1356 on a 1360 for the loss. Dustin Love trying to get into the finals again, 1685 dial. Nathan Beck dialed in at 1825 in the Lexus. All right, Dustin Love into the finals. He goes 087 on the tree, goes 1687 on the 1685 dollar, 1790, 79 miles an hour. So congratulations, Dustin Love, to reaching the finals in high school. All right, this is your jackpot finals. Tommy Johnson going against Bill Taggart and John Terry's Honda. Tom Johnson dialed in at 1016 out of Santa Rosa. Big Johnson's Auto Repair. 70 Camaro. Bill Taggart, 1860 dial out of El Sobrante, California. 1860 dial. And John Terry's Honda. See if Tommy can reel him in, because he's going to give up a lot of real estate here to that Honda. And Bill Taggart takes the win over Tommy Johnson. Get this, he goes trip zip. He gets a perfect light. He goes 1864 and an 1860 dial for a win. Tommy Johnson was 022 on the tree. He won 1022 and a 1016 for the loss, but there was nothing you can do. Taggart had a trip zip light and ran just about dead on. So congratulations to Bill Taggart taking the win in jackpot tonight. All right, we're back in the gear jammers now for the next round of eliminations. They're in a box right over there, right where she's going. Okay, Mark Chancey dialed in at 1466 in the Plymouth Fury. Claudius Lau dialed in at 1265 in the Camaro. And Mark Chancey turns on the red light. He goes 005 red. Claudius Lau goes 285 green, takes the win, moves on to the semifinals next time around. Ross Kittis dialed in at 1203 in the 57 Chevy. Bill Burns dialed in at 1320 in the Mustang GT. Congratulations, Bill. You know what I give you? And Bill Burns turns on the red light, so he's going to take the win, take the loss, and Ross Kittis is going to take the win. Jose Barmos dialed in at 1310 in the Infiniti. Steven Jaslowski dialed in at 1235 in the Mustang. And Steven Jaslowski is going to take out Jose. He goes 1244 and a 1235 for the win. 074 in a tree, 104 miles an hour. Jose was late with a 251 light and broke out on top of it. All right, Geraldo Garcia dialed in at 1370 in the Honda. Chris Burden dialed in at 1350 in the 2007 Mustang. And the win's going to go to Chris Burden. He goes 130 on the tree. He goes 1376, 1350 dial to move on to the next round of Comprod. Geraldo Garcia was 156 on the tree and 1409 on a 1370 for the loss. Robert Lazzini dialed in at 1089 in the Nova. Steve Galileo dialed in at 996 in the Challenger. And Steve turns the red light on, 116 to the dark side of the tree. So Robert Lazzini with an 017 light into the semifinals. Oh, Willie Wool, he's sitting this one out. Did Willie Wool sit this one out? All right, Brad Hawks dialed in at 1050. Craig Love dialed in at 1179. Hayabusa versus Triumph Speed Twin. And the win's going to go to Craig Love. He goes 075 on the tree, goes 1187 on 1179 dial, 110 miles an hour. Doug Love dialed in at 1318 on the Triumph. Jennifer Christopher dialed in at 1250 on the Ducati. And Doug Love's going to take the win. He goes 059 and 3, goes 1322 on a 1318, 059 and 3. Jennifer was late with a 262 light and broke out trying to catch Doug. Goes 1248 on a 1250. Joe Sisk with the bye run here. 910 is his dial. Let's see how close he can run. He goes 036 on the tree. He goes 914 with a 6 at 148. So that's going to bring us to Sports Street semifinals. Emily Seeger dialed in at 1666 in the dart. Dead on Doug McKay dialed in at 1363 in the Ford F-150 pickup. Dead on Doug goes around Emily. He goes 079 on the tree, goes 1367 on a 1363 for the win. Emily was 098 on the tree, goes 1671 on a 1666 for the loss. Trevin Tremondale dialed in at 1445 out of Napa on the Honda. Steve Del Buono Jr. dialed in at 1537 out of Cripple Creek, Oklahoma in the Fiat. And it's going to be Steve Del Buono Jr. takes the win and into the finals against dead-on Doug McKay next time around. He was 095 on the tree. He goes 1537 dead-on 4 for the win over Trevin Tremondale, who had a better light, 011 on the tree, but could not run that 1445 number. He went 1460 for the loss. All right, now we're in the street. Vince Cardinale dialed in at 1494 in the Mustang. Don Hensley dialed in at 794 in the 2015 Chevy. And the win's going to go to Vince Cardinale. He goes 008 on the tree. He goes 1521 on a 1494 dial for the win. Don Hensley was 027 on the tree. He goes 1822 on a 1794 dial. But both were way off on their dials, but Vince turned out to win. All right, Ron Drummond dialed in at 1209 in the 71 Vet. Tim Barron dialed in at 1695 in the Roner Park in the 2005 Chevy pickup. 1695 to a 1209 dial. And Tim Barron's going to win. He goes 039 on a tree. He goes 1697 on a 1695 at 80 miles an hour. To move on to the next round, Ron Drummond was a little bit tardy, 089 on the tree, went 1214 on 1209 for the loss. Tony Chirachi buyed into the next round. He's dialed 1188 in the 63 Nova. High school finals coming at you. All right, Tony Chirachi goes 12:08 on an 11:88 dial. You have to rethink that one. So now we're going to high school finals. Dustin Love, 1685 out of Petaluma in the Dodge. Ron Landaverde dialed in at 1540 out of American Canyon in the 2012 VW. And Dustin Love with a 156 lights going to take the win. He goes 1688 on a 1685 dial. Congratulations, Dustin Love, starting a new streak in high school. Ryan Landaverde was late with a 229 light, went 1543 and a 1540 for the loss. All right, we got the semifinals of Gear Jammers coming up here. We got Ross Kiddos dialed in at 1263 out of Napa and the 57 Chevy. Claudius Lau dialed in at 1260 in the 2015 Camaro. All right, they're going to battle. Who's going to face Steve Jeslovsky in the finals next time around? Just the finals of Comprod? Somebody sending it out? Okay. All right. Well, who won that race? All right, Claudius Lau took the win. He's going to face Steven Jeslovsky in the finals next time around of Gear Jammers, who's sitting it out. Chris Burton dialed in at 1348 in the Mustang. Willie Will dialed in at 1062 in the 84 Corvette. They're going to do battle here to see who's going to face Robert Lazzini, who's sitting this one out in the finals next time around. And Willie Will turns on red lights, so Chris Burton's going to face Robert Lazzini in the finals next time around. So it's Burton, Lazzini in the finals. Chris Burton takes the win with a 046 green. So it's Lazzini versus Burton in the finals of Comprod. All right, we got Craig Love going into the finals. He's going to be either facing his uncle, Doug Love, or Joe Sisk. So we'll be an all-love finals. We'll be Joe Sisk versus Craig Love. All right, Doug Love, 1312 dial and the Triumph. Joe Sisk, 911 dial and a Hayabusa. They're doing battles to find out which one of these two are going to face Craig Love in the finals. Will it be Joe Sisk or will it be an all-love finals? And it's going to be Joe Sisk versus Craig Love in the finals. He goes 008 on the tree. He goes 915 on 911 dial, 145 for the win. Doug Love was 026 on the tree, won 1311 breakout with a 6 on a 1312 dial for the loss. So Joe Sisk, Craig Love in the finals of motorcycle. Here's the finals of Sport Street. So we're going to have the finals right now of Sport Street. We got Dead On Doug McKay going against Steve Del Buno Jr. from Cripple Creek, Oklahoma. He drove a long way for this race. Steve Del Buno Jr., 1534 dial, Dead On Doug, 1361 dial. And Fiat versus Ford F-150. And Steve Del Bruno from Cripple Creek, Oklahoma, turns on the red light, 045 to the dark side of the tree. Dead On Doug McKay takes the win again, 076 green, and moves on to the photographs at the finish line. So congratulations to Dead On Doug McKay for winning again. Tony Chirachi dialed in at 1188 in the 63 Nova wagon. Tim Barron dialed in at 1695 in the 2005 Chevy pickup. Is this the semifinals of a street? This is the semifinals of street. Tony Chirachi, Tim Barron. And Tim Barron turns on the red light. So Tony Chirachi is going into the finals to face Vince Cardinale, who's right there in the Mustang at the starting line. So Tim Barron with a 027 red, Tony Chirachi with a 144 green moves into the finals. So Vince Cardinale is going to go against Tony Chirachi next time around. This is the final of Gear Jammers now in the water box. Then follow it up with the finals of Comp Rod. So we got Steve Jeslovsky over here in the Denzel side in the Mustang. He's going to go up against Claudius Lau, dialed in at 1260. Steve dialed in at 1235 in the Mustang. Claudius Lau dialed in at 1260 in the 2015 Camaro. This is the final of Gear Jammers. And the win goes to Steve Jeslovsky. He was 043 on the Regos, 1270 on a 1235 dial at 106 miles an hour for the win. Claudius Lau was late with a 145 light. He goes 1288 on 1260 for the loss. Next up, Comp Rod Finals. Chris Burton, the most interesting man in drag racing, 1345 dial in the Mustang. In the Denzel side, Robert Lazzini, 1089 dial from Northern Park, California, the 72 Nova in the O'Reilly side. He's going to go up by over 3 seconds to Burton on the start. And Robert Lazzini turns on the red light, 012 to the dark side of the tree. Chris Burton will take the win with an 057 green. Congratulations to Burton, the winner in Comp Rod tonight. We're going to follow that right up with the motorcycle finals. Joe Sisk versus Craig Love. All right, Joe Sis dialed in at 911 on the Hayabusa on the Denso side. Craig Love dialed in 1172 in the Triumph Speed Twin out of Santa Rosa in the O'Reilly side. Joe Sis going to give up a lot of real estate to Craig Love. Love dialed in like 1172. Joe Sis, and Craig Love turns on the red light, 005 to the dark side of the tree. So Joe Sisk takes the room with an 054 green and is your champion tonight in motorcycle. That leaves us just one finals left. That's going to be street. This is the last race of the night, street finals. Tony Chiracci in the wagon going against Vince Cardinale in the Mustang. All right, Vince Cardinale dialed in 1194 in the Mustang. Tony Chiracci dialed in at 1210 in the 63 Nova wagon. 1968 Mustang versus 63 Nova wagon. Tony Chiracci's going to have to run down Vince Cardinale. Double red light win goes to Vince Cardinale. He was closer to zero. He was 016 to Tony Chiracci 097. So Vince Cardinale is your winner in street tonight. That is the last race of the night. Kind of like lost her with double red light, but it was fun. So we'll get to see everybody in 2 weeks here at Sonoma Raceway to do it all again. So I'd like to thank Danny DeVita and his starting line crew, Paul, who's doing all the guiding out there, and everybody in the tower, with Nick Bublitz and I, and also in this also to Lisa Franklin. I want to thank her for being here tonight. So as a reminder, all winners tonight, please come to the starting line, and we'll then get your pictures taken with Nick and I, and we're going to post them on Facebook.